Russians, by the way. The Russians hold the high ground in linguistics. It was the Russian insights that cracked the Mayan language too. But Shavroshkin and his people are now talking about a language called Old World. And Old World is the first language ever spoken on the planet by higher primates. Beyond Old World, there is inarticulate silence. And Old World is a 35,000-year-old language. How can we know such things? You have to push into linguistic literature, and you're a better man than I am, Gungadin. But there are websites you can go to where people speak in Old World, and you can hear what it sounded like. And sounds like a bunch of really primitive people.
How do we know that we've really evolved with this language?
Well, this is an interesting area. You know, one of my sub-themes is novelty, and that supposedly reality becomes more novel as we approach the present, and this is certainly true of biology and many, many phenomena. But there is an important exception, so I'm told. I'm not yet entirely convinced of this, but convinced enough to pass it on. And that is, though this obviously contains a paradox, languages seem to be more complicated as you go back in time. Structurally and in number of words. So that, for instance, Old English is considerably richer in certain areas than modern English. Now, I say probably what's happening is that technical vocabularies are keeping the both roughly at equilibrium. But, you know, for every widget word, a word describing some subset of our technology, if we're losing words that indicate emotional nuances or nuances of rapport and understanding, then the language is being impoverished. Most scholars of English believe that, you know, Shakespeare caught the wave. Shakespeare is not only a phenomenon of immense human genius focused in one person, but it's also a moment of incredible linguistic richness and opportunity that didn't exist 200 years before and didn't survive 200 years after. Well, but as I lay in the tubs at Esalen, a vast vocabulary of subtle gradients of interpersonal states of angst, belonging, need, rejection, triumph, and defeat are passed in front of me, and frankly, I'd rather read my manual on my hard disk sometimes. But I'm a tough nut to crack. But this does lead on to an aspect of all this that I wanted to talk about, which is language is, I mean, I'm sure you've heard it said, it's a double-edged sword because it liberates as it enslaves. All clarity is achieved by the sacrifice of true identity. You know, the world is actually a messy and difficult to articulate place. And if you can make it all seem very simple and smooth running, then you're a con artist of some sort. Yeah.
Very well.
Yes, well, one group of linguists suggests probably the big impulse producing language originally was the wish to lie. Said, if only I could deceive people more.
Get this fire out! You're better off helping anyone trapped inside.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Grand Duke Raven Guard could be inside. Don't just stand there. Push!
Nope. I'm inspired. Hey.
We don't have much time. We hear you! Stay where you are! We don't
No time to rest.
The heat coming out of that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Soldier.
Looking ahead. How much further can I go?
Hey ho.
Come! I'm afraid proper thanks must wait.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Fresh air. At last. Your training serves you well, child of Gith. I'm in your debt.
Counselor, are you all right?
It takes more than mere fire to break me, Yuva. Now listen close, Fist. Duty calls. Drow have taken Grand Duke Alder Ravengard westward, if my eyes and ears can be believed. Gauntlet, report to the man and send for reinforcements. We must find the Duke.
On your command, Counselor.
The rest of you, count the dead. Take word of their sacrifice to this city. And you, Githyanki, I must ask again for your... Please, rescue Ravengard from his... May I trust you'll see it through? Thank you. And should your courage falter, remember the Duke's... Approach the towers with care. The land itself... I will seek reinforcements and join you when I can. Fist, to work.
Eager for battle.
Wits and blades always sharp.
a lightning charge.
Don't burn yourself. All right.
Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken.
Yoink!
Still alive. So that's progress. One day I'll catch a break. Something good here. I hope.
And I always, along this line, the wonderful thing which Winston Churchill said at the height of World War II, he said, truth is so precious that she must always be accompanied by a bodyguard of lies. That's an interesting point of view. The truth is not something you trot out and show everybody, that you surround truth with lies so that only the discerning,
What's inside?
we simple, straightforward, plain dealers don't think like that. But believe me, you get with an Amazonian shaman or someone like that, he is not operating under a strong moral obligation to tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as quickly as he possibly can. No, it's all about leading you this way, and then dropping you and watching you wiggle, and then leading you another way. And eventually, because truth is guarded, this is, in our society, the commodification of information has made it something that you want to deliver with maximum punch to its target audience as fast as possible and cash the check and get out. But that is not traditionally how it's done. Well, it divides the seamlessness of reality into the articulated and the unarticulated.
What to do?
You know, Trumbull Stickney, not exactly a household name, was one of those poets who died in the trenches of World War I, the golden generation. And he wrote a poem called Meaning's Edge. And he said in that poem, I do not understand you. 'Tis because I lean over your meaning's edge and feel the dizziness of the things that you have not said. And it's that the dizziness of things unsaid that always surrounds the enterprise of communication, especially spoken language. Now, to go back to this thing about the evolution of language and technology, and are we getting better or worse at it, communication, I discern, at least if you look at the evolution of media the way we would look at the evolution of a species or a group of genera in an organic situation, a very pronounced preference for the visual. We, from simply the idea of colorful and rich speech, which was all we had for a long time, gives way in the early 19th century to photography. And it's still in black and white. But immediately the people who invent it can think of nothing but color and motion. And by 1900, they've got that under control. And then there's stuff like stereophonic sound and on and on. Clearly, we view the language-forming enterprise as a task not yet brought to completion. One of the things that seems to always come up in these things is the fact that so-called primitive or aboriginal or pre-literate people using psychedelic plants that melt local cultural conditions seem to access a place where language is much more a visual enterprise. Ayahuasca circles sing, but the singing is critiqued as though it were tutorial activity. In other words, after the shaman stops singing, you hear people saying, I like the part with the orange spots, but I thought the olive drab magenta section was self-indulgent, or something like that. You know? And you think, this is a critique of the song. No, the song is the sound, is the carrier. The acoustical wave is no longer in the foreground of the experience of appreciating the performance. It has become the carrier of something visible. And, a lot of people think that somewhere in the human future lies telepathy. And it's usually imagined as you hear what I think, a kind of extension of what we have. But I think it's more likely to develop along the lines of you see what I mean. In other words, we add dimensionality to language, and we then can walk around in it. I touched on some of this last night with the virtual reality. Because virtual reality, in the service of the ideals that I'm interested in, would become a technology for showing each other the contents of our imagination with less ambiguity than we have ever had before. Yeah. Well, I suppose every technology has created more opportunity for deception. You can't have complex, illusionistic realities unless you work in pictorial space. Yes, I don't think these technologies will reform the human character. Also, I'm not sure subterfuge is a major part of art. It certainly is a major part of legerdemain. Every sentence is essentially a conjuration. And, the rabbit of meaning is pulled out of the hat of constructive syntax. So you cannot have truth unless you allow for the possibility of error. This is the point that illuminates why predestination is a waste of time. Predestination is the idea that the universe is a kind of film, and it's running, and it's all determined how it's going to come out, and there's nothing anybody or anything can do to affect it. God created it, and it's unfolding. Well, the thing that makes predestination theory worthless, in my estimation, is notice that if that's true, then you think what you think, because you can't think anything else. And that puts the enterprise of seeking truth in a preposterous. In order to seek truth, one must have the option of screwing up. And then it's the dichotomy between the screwing up and the finding truth that creates the sense of dynamic existential completion. Well, this is now you're at the cutting edge. I mean, yes, and yes. Sound is the fourth dimension. Sound is a very effective way for transducing energy into the body. The body is virtually transparent to sound. The mushroom said to me once, apropos of absolutely nothing, it said, what you call man, we call time.
Interesting.
And time and metabolism. Metabolism is permitted by time, and somehow time is caused by metabolism. And then sound is in there as an energy transducer. And yes, I think a future technology of sound probably will cure disease and set people right. All this business that goes on in shamanism with blowing on the body and projecting sound into the body, obviously some of it is misunderstood and marginal and showmanship, but at the core, sound is, I think,
still breathing,
not yet
despite everything,
been given a complete role in all of this. The fact that you can see sound under certain conditions, there's a phenomenon called sonoluminescence, that creates temperatures 20 times greater than the surface of the sun. It's done in a test tube by simply using acoustical waves and bubbling fluids to collapse and create extremely brief high-pressure states. So
Best be on the way.
sonoluminescence, there's a website you can visit. Isn't there always? Yeah, Al. Well, I guess what I'm sort of saying is that once you have the concept of nanotechnology, then you see that drugs and prosthesis or computers or tools are categorically migrating towards each other. You probably heard me say, the only difference between computers and drugs is that one is too large to swallow. And our best people are working on that very problem. I think that from the middle of the 19th century on, without really much drugs to help them along, a little ether, a little hashish, poets and artists in Europe were obsessed with synesthesia. There's a wonderful New Yorker cartoon, maybe some of you saw it. A bunch of guys in suits are sitting around what is obviously a corporate boardroom, and in the background there's the profit and loss chart, and it's clearly headed into hell. And the chairman of the board is saying to a small, smiling man sitting at the other end of the table, "You're right, Higgins. A deliberate disordering of the senses worked for Rambo, but would it work for us?" So this is a reference to a symbolist poet of the 19th century, and the belief that we need to erase the boundaries between the senses and create a synesthetic, a hallucinogenic, a psychedelic, if you will, reality. The late 19th century, the pre-Raphaelites, the Jugendstil impulse, that was all like, they could smell psychedelics in the air of the future. They couldn't quite get high, but they were definitely bird-dogging in the right direction. So, the trick, if we're going to design our own states of mind, is to make sure that we don't dump the baby out with the bathwater. We want the net to be as haunted as possible. We don't want to lose its atavistic connection back into the darker recesses and resources of the unconscious. That's why Bill Gibson's novel Neuromancer is so prescient, because here it is, this super technological fantasy, but at the center of the net, the gods of voodoo are reappearing. And I came to the realization, thinking about the internet, the other is within us. When the other finally, if it ever, comes into full manifestation, it won't come in mile-wide ships of titanium that position themselves over the Secretariat building of the UN. It won't come like that. It will come out of human hands and human dreams. It will be fully other. I'm not topping out here. It will be fully other, but it can only be built through us. This addresses what I was beginning to get at last night when I talked about non-local information. The alien is real, but the alien is not here in the stupid sense. The alien can only manifest itself through us. But this probably means that given a sufficiently resilient technology, it can manifest completely through us. So, in a sense, the internet is a kind of landing pad there has always been in our fantasies of extraterrestrial contact the notion of the pad, which has to be built for them. And people claim it's the Nazca lines and all, it's an archetype, the idea of the prepared space that awaits the arrival of the other. But now, because of the nature of the internet, because you can't see who's coding, you can almost imagine that we're calling the thing forth. And I think it will probably appear as a website. And when it's sorted out, you'll realize, my God, http://zeta reticuli.org is really coming from Zeta Reticuli, but through virtual, through non-local Ballman space. Yeah. It's totally separate in the sense that it is somewhere else in the universe and evolving completely along its own lines and not in any way under our control. But then you turn the coin over and the division between it and us is completely seamless because of the non-local nature of information. In other words, this is an incredibly empowering idea, if true. I mean, it will make a revolution in psychology that few people have yet even sensed coming. What we're talking about here is putting the Jungian idea of the collective unconscious first, expanding it to the size of the cosmos, and then showing with physics exactly how the trick is done. So we are not separate from any place. Obviously, when you evolve inside an animal body, localized in space and time, you get a hellacious set of reflexes and muscles designed to deal with immediate threat in the environment. But at the core of the oyster is, this portal into universalism, which we have denigrated to what we call the imagination. There is a third eye. The third eye exists, but it doesn't look out at this world. You've got two perfectly good eyes for doing that. The third eye looks out at the holographic matrix of informational totality. And then the problem for that form of perception is filtering.
Say it another word and use the word.
Well, Atman means soul or being.
No one stopped me yet.
Yes. I mean, it's simply that consciousness is distributed and holographic, and nobody has their brand on it. What we have been calling human consciousness is the only consciousness there is. It's something you tap into, not something you evolve out of yourself. I mean, you required a local language to create a local model of this universal input. If your local language is insufficient, then you abide in a domain of intuition. And that's what I would call animal consciousness. It's a domain of intuition of being. Animals intuit being. But given a more advanced nervous system, a more advanced cultural toolkit, the intuition changes into a direct perception. And you begin to make poetry and experience loss and feel love and begin to feel the emotional outlines of the enterprise of being and how far one can go into that. I assume it's infinite, or at least appears infinite from our limited position.
So the local languages?
Well, the local languages is a necessary compromise. It's interesting. The thing that makes psychedelics so central to a discussion like this is they are the only thing which pulls the plug on the illusion created by local language. That's why people are both in love with it and terrified of it, because it addresses a fundamental aspect of reality, and it addresses it incontrovertibly. And people who feel culture as a safety zone that is keeping at bay the black oceans of God knows what are not interested in taking psychedelics. On the other hand, people who feel confined by the cultural dream and who want to cross the black oceans of who knows what to see what's on the other side, they embrace that same experience as a God-sent gift. But it's the same phenomenon. So it addresses, one's own fundamental relationship to the unknown.
No one back
Local
home will
languages,
never believe
like
this.
local cultures and architectural styles and everything else, are designed to create, I think, an infantile sense of security. One of the bees up my rear end these days is the idea that culture is not our friend, that we have been very naive about what culture is and how it is something designed for the convenience of the species. And, it could turn you into a janitor or a banker or a celebrity or anything else with no interest or concern for whether that's good for you. It plays with individuals, and most people think, or at least I think most people think, that when you get to be, 30, 35, 40 or something, you have jumped all the hurdles. You got your college degree, you had some children, you made some money, you lost some money, maybe you had a marriage, maybe you had several. And anyway, people sort of get the feeling, well, I've done it. Actually, the major adventure still lies ahead. And the major adventure is to claim your authentic, true being, which is not culturally given to you. The culture will not explain to you how to be a real human being. It will tell you how to be banker, politician, Indian chief, masseuse, actress, whatever, but it will not give you true being. And maybe this is the voice of somebody who just turned 50 talking, but I thought it would get simpler. It doesn't, because this rejection of culture thing is the last and hardest step to take. And there are all kinds of impediments to taking it. The fact that in middle age, if you've played the game right, you get a lot of money. That's totally stultifying in most cases in terms of going forward to the next level. It's almost as though culture is an enterprise self-organized to buy you off at the moment when you might be most dangerous to its values and goals. Well, in Revelation, the Ancient of Days is described as there's a sword which comes out of the mouth. It's a very hard image to picture, but a sword, a turning sword, which comes out of the mouth. And of course, the whole Western myth of creation is the world was made by an utterance. In principio et verbum et verbo caro factum est. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. And in some sense, I think the what is not stated there is that then out of the flesh, the Word must be redistilled. That's the second half of the historical process. In this book, which I may mention at some point, the statement is made, God created man in order to taste the bitter fruit of time. In the DMT flash, the entities that appear, their entire program is a program of language acquisition. And, this is a point that's brushed over in science fiction films because it's actually such a conundrum. Those of you who saw and who suffered, as I did, Mars Attacks, the little role for Rod Steiger in there as the German guy with the translation machine. Well, if you think about alien contact, real alien contact, we cannot assume that universal understanding is easily achieved. The very first aspect of true alien contact would probably be a language lesson of some sort, because the aliens don't want to communicate about our gross national product or our political system. If they do, they're not really aliens. They're just odd-looking people from far away. Real aliens have something really alien to communicate, and it can only be communicated in an alien language. So I think it's very suggestive that these invisible entities that we contact, when we dissolve the local language boundary, and they're like mud walls built around our little hut of mental, our collection of ghosts and stuff that we push together. And then we dissolve the walls, and, there's alien people, there's alien minds out there waiting to trade with us. They probably have always been trading with individual geniuses through dreams, through insight, through imagination. I mean, many of, if you've read Thomas Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolution, you know that even in as constipated and self-conscious an enterprise as science, the real breakthroughs occur in situations of delirium, frenzy, drunkenness, inspiration, and then guys, usually it's guys, spend the whole rest of their professional life trying to make it all sound reasonable and rational and how it proceeded from earlier work done by other people and so forth and so on. This is just a fantasy, a kind of way of attaining respectability. Well, yeah, I mean, Hinduism and Hebrew, and I think those are the two biggies, have really elaborate theories of the power and the place in the universal scheme of things of certain tones, and it's as I was sitting, I was thinking Sufi, and then I was also thinking Pythagorean. I mean, some people call this the Pythagorean impulse, the belief that basically the universe is harmonious and exists as a series of octaves, and that if you know the mechanics of this, you can converse with angels, you can ascend to a higher level.
Cry about it.
Yes. Again, it's an issue of language. I mean, some languages fill your pockets with lead, and some languages, give you a helium balloon for plunging into these metaphysical areas. One thing I wanted to talk about this morning, and maybe this is the place to get into it, is we've spoken of the imagination as a seemingly boundless realm, but it's not ruled. And the people who encounter it without rules often have very difficult experiences, the most difficult of which can be raving madness, I would think. And so if we're going to embrace the imagination as the new benchmark of being, then we need to talk about what the rules are that obtain in the imagination. The 14th century nominalist William of Ockham dealt with questions like, can God do anything? Yes, God can do anything. Then can God make a rock so heavy that God can't pick it up? And then, if not, why not? And what does this mean? Well, this is an effort to tame the imagination. And Ockham concluded from exercises like that even God must follow the rules of logical necessity, otherwise becoming trapped in self-negating paradox. So I am thinking about this. I listed 3 areas where rules might be gleaned that could be applied to the imagination. The first 2 are linked somehow. Mathematics. Mathematics is not what you think it is. Mathematics is basically rational thinking about defined sets of entities. And since the imagination is nothing but defined sets of entities, the rules which govern them are worth learning. In practical terms, what this comes down to is logic. And one of the problems that I think haunts the current cultural impasse is the fact that there is a lot of hostility to science, and it has spilled over. And science we should be very suspicious of. It's a wonder worker. It's a magician dealing its wares in the marketplace. So we should be suspicious of science. But this scientific paranoia has spilled over into a suspicion of reason. This is too much. If you abandon reason, you will have nothing to guide you but the emotional depth of the situation. This is what Heidegger called the depth of the call. And in the 20th century, the history of following the depth of the call has not been a happy one. we cannot trust the call of the blood uncritiqued by reason. Reason is primary in this situation. Well, so then many people say, well, mathematics is impossible, logic is difficult. Isn't there a third possibility? Isn't there yet another way to get a handle on this? And the answer is yes, but I'm not sure it's easier. It may seem at first easier, but that is aesthetics. The imagination must serve the ideal of the beautiful. I talked about this a little bit last night. That which is tasteless is to be avoided at all costs. And 90% of the difficulty in your intellectual life would never have happened if you had just had better taste. Am I not right? You know? I look at this Heaven's Gate thing in amazement because of its tastelessness. That's all. I mean, it is utterly unappealing for that reason. I don't even have to reach for the club of logic. If it had been better scripted, I might need logic. But the aesthetics of the situation are just so overwhelmingly... the suicide cult that eliminated itself in San Diego, yeah. Well, usually people ask me what will happen in 2012, and I say, it's like asking a man facing east at 2 a.m., what will sunrise look like? In other words, it's too early to ask. Well, I think that, I don't have an answer to the problem of the bully and the slave, unless, as the Marxists claim, that is inimical to disparity of wealth. Because I think disparity of wealth is a transient phenomenon based on a limited technology. But it is entirely possible that we can make everyone a king, and we will still have bullies and slaves. So if the Marxists are wrong, and the addressing of the economic disparity doesn't change the structure of the human soul, then we will have to go deeper. And I don't know how this is going to look. There's a lot of tension in any community that discusses this kind of stuff over where the body lies in all of this. Can we solve our problems and maintain our individual existences? Or are we in fact furiously building a level of hierarchical control above the level of the individual that will make things like states and corporations seem like pale, too confused? Are we in fact trying to create a super organism? What is the relationship of an idea like that to classic fascism? Well, what about the internet? I mean, is it the coming of the superorganism? It is prosthesis on an incredible scale. It is going to redefine what it is to be human. I think technologies are neither gods nor demons. It's what you do with it. The dilemma of human freedom is that we don't know where we rest in the universal hierarchy of good and evil. In other words, what would we do if we could do anything? Would our transcendent impulses drive us to a kind of angelhood? Or, as James Joyce says, would we flop on the seamy side? And the answer normally given is some would do one and some the other. Yes, but what if we erase that possibility of individual action, and is there then only one destiny? And then what shall it be, and who shall decide? I would be fairly pessimistic if I saw this all going on a level playing field. But it isn't going on a level playing field. Transcendence is favored. Nature seems to be in the business of building systems which transcend themselves. We can see that as far back in time as we care to look, and throughout all of nature. So it seems like we actually have a hell of a tailwind helping us toward the transcendent other. Probably that is what will make the difference. We couldn't have done it by ourselves, but we happen to be in a universe which is itself involved in the process of bootstrapping to higher levels. Yeah. Well, it traditionally, meaning since the invention of print, the artist has had this role where the eccentricity and the bohemian lifestyle and so forth of the artist was tolerated because the argument was the artist is a kind of antenna for this mysterious thing called the future. And the artist would sound the alarm and bring the news. In a sense, we don't hear this kind of talk anymore because this is the future. You know, we have become the very thing our parents warned us against. Those cheerful dreams of endless progressivism that built up the 19th century and early 20th century have given way to a much more cynical and sophisticated understanding that our buildings may become taller, our automobiles shinier, but somehow the human animal is not moving forward at the same rate as our technology. So what we have to do then is give people opportunity and let the devil take the hindmost. At least create a world where those who aspire to transcend are not blocked in the aspiration. And of course, it's not that some of us are these pure aspirants and others the haunters of the sleazy side of the internet. We each play all these roles and move in between them according to taste and need. I mean, one of the great falsities of print is making illegitimate the schizophrenia. I mean, we are all just swarms of personalities. The idea that a healthy person has a unified identity is just a silly idea. It's like believing that sexual preference comes in only 2 flavors or something. It's one of those incredibly weird simplifications that once made, everybody lines up and salutes, no matter how much agony it causes every individual. Yeah. Well, last night what I said was that I was a Platonist, and that Plato felt that the world was approached through 3 paths: the good, the true, and the beautiful. But that goodness is controversial, and truth difficult to discern, but that beauty has a kind of resonant self-evidence. And so, following beauty, it's my faith, will lead to the good and the true. And some beauty is, I mean, I'm a fan of extreme forms of beauty. Hieronymus Bosch and Redon and James Ensor. I mean, the beautiful can be grotesque. Of course, this then opens up a whole aesthetic can of worms that maybe we don't want to get into. Well, beautiful art is never bad. Yes, I think grotesque, the beauty of the grotesque is a unique modern contribution to the discussion of beauty. And it's a higher form of perception. I mean, it's all very fine to find beauty in wildflowers and women dancing in diaphanous dresses and harpsichord music. And it's quite another to find beauty in ripped up railway tickets and found objects and smashed machinery. And the modern sensibility has been unsentimental and has, in that sense, I think, advanced the canon of beauty. Modernity, I'm feeling much better about now. It's such a huge enterprise to look back on, and what faith, what simplicity, what naivete. I can hardly get over it. The 20th century, for all of the brutality and this flirtation with the dark side of the human soul, the counterpoint of that was its incredible optimism and idealism and simplicity. I mean, the simplicity of fascism, the simplicity of Marxism, the simplicity of democratic political theory. These are ideologies that clearly never met a human being. Yeah. Well, the idea of an attractor, this these huge thought structures that we live inside that we're not even aware of. And one of them is the idea that causes precede their effects. This seems like a non-statement to most people. Of course, causes precede effects. But in fact, processes, if causes always preceded effects, then many, many processes would be unpredictable, but are in fact predictable. And this has to do with this word we introduced last night briefly, the creole, the runnel. A given process, the destiny of a people or the evolution of a political system or the growth of a series of interconnected scientific ideas is not in fact free to develop in any direction you want. It is going on in an epigenetic environment of intellectual confinement of some sort. And in the same way that water runs downhill, a given idea developing in a given time and place will predictably develop in a certain direction. One of the very large creoles that we can see at work in nature and society is what I call the conquest of dimensionality. Biology is a strategy for moving into and occupying ever more dimensions. And biology begins as a point-like chemical replicating system attached to a primordial clay in a proverbial warm pond somewhere at the dawn of time. And as life develops, it folds itself. It becomes a three-dimensional object. It replicates itself in time. By that means, it claims the temporal dimension. After 2 or 3 billion years of that, it has evolved itself to the point where with strong muscles it can move through space. With superb visual organs, it can coordinate its exterior environment. And finally, through the advent of language, it can tell its story. It can move information around not present. And as soon as you begin to code that information into stone or magnetic medium or whatever, in a sense, time has stopped. You are moving outward now. And this very large creole seems to inform not only biology, but the human enterprise as well. But when I talk about stuff like the evolution of photolithography and moving pictures out of photography and the evolution of surround sound and the global airline system and these kinds of things, these are dimension-conquering phenomena designed to shrink the Earth to a point. And of course, the Internet is the mother of all dimensional conquest. I mean, in a single 40-minute session on the Internet, I may talk to computers in Helsinki, Australia, Paris, Vanuatu, you name it. And I don't even know that this is happening. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's meaningless to think in those terms because, in fact, you might as well think of it all being inside your CPU sitting on your desk. It has the same effect. And what that is it's the sum total of human knowledge being daily augmented and the fury with which people put their thing on the Internet. Everything from, how grandma's recovering from her stroke to, I visited a language site the other night that had 122 syllables for 122 languages that were philological engines for searching these languages. I got there through the Vonage Manuscript site. That all still goes on. That community is at work. So apparently we will not rest until all space and all time is brought down into, for all practical purposes, a single point. And this is an idea that has been around in various forms since at least the 16th century. I mean, it's the alchemical idea of the philosopher's stone, a universal panacea, a medicine which makes you wise, immortal, all-seeing, all-knowing, all-good. But interestingly, conceived as an artifact of technology. conceived as something brought into being through the effort of a technological worker in concert and resonance with the intention of nature, which is to do the same thing. The human world is simply a catalyst for nature's intention. We are speeding up nature's program of dimensional transcendence. It means it is what it is that, and it is in a sense the Jungian unconscious, but no longer unconscious. In a sense, what we're saying is, we all, before the internet, you were who you are, you knew what you knew, and you knew there was a great deal that you didn't know. You had once known it, but forgotten it, or never learned it, but somebody somewhere knew it. And because we had this vast, dark companion, the unconscious, bad things keep jumping out of it. It was remarkable to me that throughout the Cold War period, a planet ruled by carnivorous monkeys, filled with ideological hatred, under immense economic and social pressure, and yet nobody ever used atomic weapons except one, the two Japanese instances. And in a sense, they don't count because they didn't know what it was. They had to use it to see what it was, and once they saw what it was, remarkable restraint set in. I would never have guessed that we would have been capable. I mean, remember how deep the fear of the Soviet Union was. Remember that for 35 years, a thermonuclear strike was a possibility within a half an hour of any undue movement on the other side. And yet, somehow we got through that. So there is, in the human animal, an effort to awaken. It was H.G. Wells who said history is a race between education and catastrophe. And it's a white knuckle enterprise. Catastrophe edges inches ahead, education moves ahead. And again, if it were a level playing field, I'd be betting on catastrophe because I believe that nature favors the good, the true, and the beautiful. I've got all my money on education. I think we'll make it, but I think we have to scare ourselves to death in order to keep focused. We're primates, and we don't really dig in and get rolling until we're painted into a corner. Yeah. I guess the answer is you have to somehow make it your friend. You have to make it your friend. There are ways to do that. Actually, I made a little list. You played right into my hands. The first and probably oldest friend, older even than psychedelics, is dreams. Dreams are hugely important. I was in Australia in February, and I did a lot of reading up before I went down. The Aboriginals of Australia have been at the cultural enterprise for a long, long time, along a different path than the rest of it. I mean, I spent time with Amazon tribes and with people in Central Asia, and yes, they're funky, and yes, they're different. But these Australian Aboriginals are onto something quite other. Many people barely open their eyes. People sit silently. People don't talk. This again relates to what we said about language. In Australia, among these people, you get the feeling that they don't talk because they're not sure it's here to stay. If an Aboriginal wants to communicate something to you, they would far rather walk with you a half mile into the bush and point at it than to simply describe it back at camp. So the dream time and the Jungian unconscious and the conscious, the unconscious made conscious by the internet begin to sound like the same thing. I previously didn't have much interest in the Australian Aboriginals because I was slightly irritated by the reliance on psychedelics. And So it was like, what am I supposed to do with these people? They're clearly very loaded and very far out. How do they do that without drugs? It was paradigm agonizing to me. Well, it turns out that they just are better at keeping secrets than the people in the Amazon. There's a revolution breaking over ethnobotany. We have been saying for decades that South America was the most hallucinogen-rich ecology on the planet, and why was that, and what was fascinating people, and so on. In the next 18 months, some Australian ethnobotanists and trippers are going to publish data that shows that the Australian Aboriginal worldview is entirely running on these acacias, this gum tree ecology that stretches from Queensland down to the south coast is replete. It's simply that the Aboriginal culture is even more secret than other cultures, other Aboriginal cultures in other parts of the world, and only very, very slowly is this information being let out. So dreams are one of the great friends of the imagination. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And there'll be more. It's not for me to take the thunder. Very good people have hundreds and hundreds of pages about publishing. They've got the data and they've done the analysis. Yeah. Well, I pretty much take the position that there may be people who can do it on the map, but there's no technique. It's something you have to be born, and there's no culture. I think throughout the human population, there may be one person in 100 who has a futuristic set of synapses. Because I occasionally, in a group like this, somebody will come up to me and say, well, I've never taken a psychedelic drug, but I know exactly what you're talking about, and I see visions and so forth and so on. I used to just think that these people were nuts. I've now encountered enough of it that I modify my position to say these are just incredibly fortunate people. And you can't tell how much of it is personality and how much of it is chemically real. Again, how much of what I'm saying to you right now is being processed differently in every head in the room. Some people are seeing pictures, some people are hearing words, some people are logically building on what I say, and for some people it's just music. And so it's very different, and again, it's something very hard to share because it's so subjective. But throughout the world, there are what we would call primitive or aboriginal cultures, and some are drug users, and some are not. And it isn't a matter of ecology, it's a matter of something else. In Ecuador, you have tribes that are just totally drugged, and across the river, people who never touch anything live in basically what appears to be unschooled observers. Two cultural systems not that different. So, it's but generally speaking, the psychedelic cultures seem more, let me put it this way, the psychedelic cultures seem less dogmatic. Shamanism comes in two flavors, at least two. There's what I call a traditional shamanism is very rich and ritual-driven and usually non-psychedelic. And the other kind of shamanism, there are rituals, but they are basically for the consumer, not the producer. And what shamans in these psychedelic cultures are simply alienated intellectuals.
I need your help.
I've been in situations in the Amazon where you fly into some remote place and the people come and the women come and they want to touch the airplane. And they want to look at your camera and touch your clothes and all this. And so what was going on? Meanwhile, standing off is the shaman. And he doesn't give a shit about the airplane or your camera or any of that. He is interested in you as a person. And what he is he bases from the values of the culture. The keeper of the values is the one person who knows that the values are bullshit. That's what they're doing in that function. It's like somebody has to know And so all the people are, kowtowing and going through their business. But the shaman at the top realizes, my God, we stare out onto an abyss. We do not know. And they're like science. They are science. Well, this is an interesting question. There's a hard and soft answer. It depends on whether you think the need to commodify is so basic to human beings that it can't be removed. If that's true, then the internet still holds out a certain amount of hope. A hardcore anti-capitalist position wants to eliminate capitalism because it sees it as an unreclaimable evil. But it's possible that the only thing wrong with capitalism is that it manufactures, distributes, and commodifies physical objects. What is there with the capitalism that only commodifies information and life? That might be more tolerable. In the future, not that long in the future, if you want to live at Versailles, it'll cost you $149 to buy the software package and set it up and live. Well, if Versailles can be made to cost $149, how much is it worth? And the answer is only what the market will pay. So I think for a long time, this process of raising standards of living has been underway. And it is certainly true that today in the world, hundreds of millions of people live better than emperors and kings 2 centuries ago. So I think the important thing, well, before we totally dismiss capitalism, we should see if it can operate in a virtual informational environment less destructive. If it can't, then something else will come along. But certainly capitalism based on the extraction of resources and their fabrication by cheap labor population into objects to be sold in a central economy, that's finished. That's a dinosaur. That's self-limiting. Because there is not an ultimately exploitable resource base, the end of that kind of capitalism is easily discerned. Well, that's an interesting question. Is there a kind of natural selection of means in the marketplace? There probably is. For example, imagine governments deal with information completely differently than corporations. If a government obtains a proprietary technology, its impulse is to classify it, move it out of sight, and exploit it for political advantage. If a corporation achieves a proprietary technology, it drops a huge amount of money on promoting it, rushes products based on it to market, and tries to spread it everywhere as fast as it can.
Never wanted the easy path.
Has caused an evolution of certain kinds of technology. But the two systems, the capitalist corporate system and the governmental system, value and put emphasis on different kinds of technology. For example, nation-states use war as an instrument of national policy. Corporations almost never do that. Corporations don't like war. It busts up environments. It makes products difficult to move around, and where you had happy, healthy customers, you now have hollow-eyed refugees standing around with their hands out. But those were national interests. No corporation could have launched a war like that. It wasn't Exxon who had a knife poised at their throat. It was the economies of France, Germany, and the United States. Also, that war was generations ago. A completely different set of political rules were in place. That was probably the last of those sorts of wars, I would guess. What capitalism does with war is it exports it to already burnt out market areas, like Rwanda, Bosnia, Albania. They don't care what people do to each other in those places because they don't have, there's no market there anyway. Let me go on with my list here. I think I got through dreams and drugs, which were probably the biggies. This is friends of the imagination, in case you lost your place here. fiction and the enterprise of fiction, not necessarily science fiction, although it's interesting if you look at the golden age of science fiction, the magazines that created that had names like Amazing, Astounding, and It. These are the very words and themes that we've been pursuing around. But fiction is, until we get virtual reality up and running in the hands of a master, the best way we have of showing each other the content of our own head. Any of you who have made your way through the Remembrance of Things Past, Proust's enormous novel about the life in Paris, there are thoughts uttered there that are so fragile and delicate that when you read it, you think you were the only person who ever thought it, and you never bothered to mention it to anybody because it seemed so ineffable. And yet, Proust has gotten it down on the page. So it shows you what human beings are. And of course, our world, pardon? I'm trying to think of an example. There's an example where they're going to a beach town, and he's riding with this dowager woman, a great society woman, and he's watching the trees go by the carriage, and he notices that, now how does this work, that the nearer trees move faster than the trees further away. And then over this spatial metaphor is mapped a temporal metaphor about people changing in time. And, you know, God knows what it is in French, but even in English, it's this exquisitely complicated thought that you wouldn't think anybody could actually do justice to the feeling, and then there it is in its completion. The other great friend of the imagination is travel. Travel is another way, a more gentle way, to break down cultural
everywhere.
I mean, what we call culture shock is when you go to Afghanistan or Albania and you realize that your expectations of how a table should be set, what a toilet looks like, how a bus ticket works, and how a telephone is supposed to operate, were just so narrowly defined that now you're confronted with a telephone and a toilet and you don't even know which end is which. And it's not for nothing that the vocabulary of psychedelic experience has borrowed from the vocabulary of travel. So we take a trip, we have a journey, we go to an alien landscape.
Blame the gobs. Place looks like it's been
And then
abandoned,
finally,
a good one.
the great friend of the imagination is the future, because it's in the future that we place our hopes,
We get along quite
our
well, I think.
fears, our suppositions. I mean, the future is
My
a
condition
land
likes being ignored as little as I do.
imagined,
I must consume
things
another
that have not
artifact.
yet undergone the
And soon.
formality of actually occurring. Yeah. As a friend of the imagination, well, did I not mention last night that the two great motivators were food fantasies and sex fantasies? And yes, the sexual imagination is at a very early, I almost said primitive, but I don't mean that, but I mean early level, because if I'm understanding you correctly, it revolves around the if operator. If I approach the desirable female, the proper blandishment, if, and then of course just sexual fantasy, then we will do this, then we will do that, and so forth and so on. It certainly is a vehicle for altered state, whether I would call them imagination or not. I suppose I would, but now that I'm thinking about your question, I think there are pitfalls.
Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you.
And probably
It would
the
be unconscionable
sexual
of me to remain
pitfall.
silent. I might just be about to remedy that. You have to know who I was. What I am is a walking, what one might call a wizard prodigy. And from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it. Much like a musician, or a poet. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself, the Lady of Mysteries, the goddess Mystra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. In time, she became my muse, and later even my lover.
Okay.
I am, after all, the villain of the tale. We enjoyed each other's company. You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, Mystra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us. I sought to cross her boundaries. I tried to convince her. I pouted. I pleaded. Swore my ambition was only to serve her better. She only smiled and told me to be contented. But inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess, yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead. We come now to the crux of my folly. Shall I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale? Very well. Here goes. Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. I'll save his history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. And he almost managed, but not quite. His entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone. The magic that was unleashed that day was phenomenal. Roiling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. It fractured, then shattered, and all magic was lost to the mortal realms. Until the day Mystra returned. She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. A Netherese tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess? The answer was to try. The outcome was to fail. I was certain that this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mystra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains. I was mistaken. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next... Here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you.
You feel the tadpole quiver as you realize Gale is let into the dark. You've seen this before. The book, the black tendrils of chaos weave. The dread is as real as the first time. The oppression just as unbearable.
Thankfully, the moment I absorbed the fragment wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning. This Netherese blight, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough sources, it remains quiet. Were it ever to fully destabilize, however. I will erupt. I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry. It'd level a city the size of Waterdeep. We might chance upon a king's collection of magical artifacts around the corner. We might cross paths. All of this. It must feel like a betrayal. Say the word, and we'll part ways. That is... You truly are a soul that steals my own. I thank you all. I understand if you stand against me. I'm humbled if you stand with. I stand at a precipice. But if you do not give up hope, neither shall I. Now. Even I am tired of the sound of my own voice. Let us venture forth.
Will's brows furrow as your minds connect. He sees the burning embers of Joaquin's rest, then Floric's fate.
Hells! Old Ravengard's been taken. I know him better than... I know I haven't said. Our relation was no matter of pride, not least for him. More than worried, in truth. What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting to the Drow? Even the houses of Men's Oberanzen would have... No, this is no Drow plot. These absolute nutters, his absence alone will... He could lead Baldur's Gate, all the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father, but the future of the Sword Coast. Hellsfire. She's coming.
Well, you've been naughty. And you know what happens when you're naughty.
Gods damn it. Anyone but her.
Now? Call me Mizora. I'm Will's patron and his leash. We had a deal, Will.
I've taken more pleasant shits than you, Mizora. And at least
That's no kind of talk for a lady. Zariel sends her
You told me! Devils only! She's a tiefling, not a monster!
How precious. The little pupster's found his bark.
Clause G, Section 9. Target shall be limited to the infernal, the demonic, the heartless, and the soulless.
Karlach meets the criteria by virtue of having no heart. Don't you worry. That ship has long sailed the Styx. But a defiant pup must still pay his price. To wit.
Will burns in the fires of Avernus. The lightning storms of Dis strike his flesh. His soul passes through each layer of the hells, gaining their essence and their torment.
traitor.
What the hells have you done?
A promise broken, a price paid. You know the terms. Get used to the new form, pet. There's no going back. Now, let's see how the frontiers fare without their precious blade. Karlak, keep an eye on him, would you? I'll be keeping mine on you. Oh, and Will, don't forget.
I'll be honest, soldier. I'm reeling. Will hardly knows me, but he chose my... Been a long time since someone stuck their neck out for me like that. You can say that again. When he was chasing me through Avernus, I thought...
Ever since we shared each other's flesh, I've caught... And either like a coward or a fool. Perhaps the parasite has weakened you. Or perhaps you still long for my taste. I never promised more than a night. Though I can't deny the lure of your tempt me. Like the shield bearer and pikeman must train to march. Very well. I will claim you once you have taken to rest. Enough! I have given you my...
God's damn her, straight back to... Just look at me. I did what was right. I'd be hunting devils and demons, she said. Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts. Not Zariel's victims.
Warlock pacts tend to be unforgiving from what you know of them. Will was lucky he didn't face a more severe punishment.
All these years. You'd think it's a lesson I'd have... It's Mizora who grants me the power to conjure armor, and before I was infected, I could even call hell beasts and summon festering clouds. But I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame I sparked was for the good of the coast. The one little question that I can't utter the terms or circumstances of the pact. But I'll say this. The moment I pacted myself to Mizora, I have not regretted for a heartbeat. It was it was worth the sacrifice. All I can give you on that is my solemn...
Zell appears at your bunk, her eyes raging with desire. You s-
I hope Mizora flies into the blades of a windmill for what she did to Will. He mentioned Dark Justicias, and we've come across other signs of a Sharon presence during our travels. I'm not sure I can dismiss that as a coincidence.
Fine. What's on your mind?
You saved my life, and since then, you've seemed reliable. Maybe I suppose some would commend our actions. Goblins would have raised... No excuse to rest on our laurels, though. We've still got our own problems to contend with. Sometimes I wonder if I should just let the tadpole dictate my love life. Did you want something? Very serious of you, but go ahead. It's strange. I've been dwelling on what I told you before about wanting to become a Dark Justicia. But perhaps I should be content with my lot. I'm already blessed to have you at my side, after all.
Fine. What's on your mind?
The Blade of Frontiers in the guise of a still. It took guts.
Hey, soldier. We were both part of Zariel's inner In the grand scheme of things, I'm inconsequential to Zariel. Sure. But she favored me like a child favors a captive pet. Mizora envied the attention, I suppose. I'm sure when Zariel gave her the order to hunt me down, Mizora was delighted. Hey, soldier. Uh-huh.
You a fierce warrior, Carla.
Fierce in battle, maybe a bit naive in everything else.
In that way, you are like many young Githyanki. Wise to the ways of battle, if not to the wider world.
Makes sense. And how are you getting on out here in the world?
Mindfully and meticulously.
Just an insect. I'm sure you'll survive. Besides, it probably figured you for a tasty treat.
Give me an aboleth over a midge any day.
sheep's voice warbles. You realize it's trying to say bar. The smell of rot assaults your senses as the illusion vanishes.
Or
A diminutive creature sporting a red hat glares at you. He seems unaware that his illusion has failed. That noise. Is the creature pretending to be a
Nosy, scum-sucking, lice-ridden little ball bag! Get out! Or I bite tongue, eat tongue. Oh, delicious tongue. Oh, precious. Leave.
Little surprised they perished.
Whoever did this is still at large. Look alive.
How do you maintain such a art? The craftsmanship is...
Now that you mention it, I can't remember who taught me. Another memory lost, perhaps.
Still, if you let me watch your technique, you might learn it from me.
Maybe, if you keep a respectable distance.
That's curious.
Ah! Away! Or eats you! Bleeds you!
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
What's the story?
Assume nothing.
I'm ready.
Can't give up now. At the ready.
This way.
Let's move. Should mind my step.
I don't want a crumb left on that plate, girl.
Auntie Ethel, please. One more bite and this pie is gonna come back up to say hello.
Don't make me get the wooden spoon. You're eating for two, so get to it. If it isn't the cheekiest pup of them all, you'd best have one hells of an apology for me, young man. I don't think I did, dear. You know, I was gonna give you a swift kick up the arse and show you that, but I think you and I could have a bit of fun together. Gods grant me patience. Eat up, Mayrina. I won't say it again. Keep your own little nose in your... I don't like... Besides, that wriggler swimming in your brain juice is a bit of an inconvenience, isn't it? I told you that girl is none of your business. Keep that hole under your nose.
I'm inclined to agree. Let's not involve ourselves in this.
I'll talk about your wriggler, and that's it. Last warning. You want to play the hero so badly? Fine. Let's make this interesting.
Uh-oh.
Use a witchy wedge.
Find a route.
Time to push my luck again. One day I'll catch a break.
I am fury. I am death. Make way.
Can't give up. Not now. Onward.
Fucking Mercy's dead so far.
Enjoy playing with your new friends. Bye-bye.
Hank can't have gone far.
What?
Knees high.
Sometimes the only way out is through. Best be on my way.
Taking position.
So much for peace.
Taking position.
What now? Need to find a way forward.
Taking position. Concentrate. Got to press on.
Well, well. Look what we have.
That should more than suffice. Yes, kin.
No time to dally.
Hey! Oh, nothing happened. I just wear this when I'm home because it helps me breathe better. It's just a nasal strip, you know, like for snoring. Fammy the cat. Yeah, it's not too bad. Better? Yeah, I mean, I like to have it on. I don't wear it to work. Almost every day. I'll miss 1 or 2 days a week. I only started recently. I'm trying to turn my sound cat alerts back on. One sec. Oh, it's a little loud. Oh, thank you for telling me. Hold on. How about now? Is that better? That's too quiet. Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. Breathe deep and move. What's in here? Oh, you follow me now? Oh, thank you. Do you spend a lot of time on Twitch? Watching streams?
Is it too quiet now? I may have set it too low. Sure. Maybe this is better? I probably just limited it too hard, but it was too high before. That's probably better, right? It's like not going into the red. Let me know.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Right. Thank you. Like 2 to 6 hours. 6 is a lot. Usually more like, 3 or 4. But sometimes I get distracted and I just, I'm doing something else and then I turn it off. Usually when no one's here, I play stuff. Wow, that's good, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah.
What's inside?
No time. Yeah. You have a job. I didn't really play games at all before this. Yeah, no, I am actually streaming in order to play games. I wasn't playing any games at all before. I mean, I played when I was younger, but I hadn't in a while because it just kind of like stressed me out to try and play and chill with a game. Even though I'd waste plenty of time like watching YouTube shorts or whatever. But I kind of wanted to force myself to play a game to relax instead of watching YouTube shorts, and so I was like, well, maybe it'll feel more productive to me if I stream while I'm playing this game, indulging in playing this game, and so that's what I'm doing, and it helps. Yeah, it works pretty well. And this is like the first time I'm playing games regularly in like years. Yeah, I'm an American. Are you not an American? I do have a job also, by the way, to your previous question. It's a full-time job. But I work nights, and then I get back, and I do this after. So, and today was a job. Yeah, where in America are you from? What state? Texas. That's cool. I'm from California, but I live in Georgia now. Yeah, I've never been to Texas, but I'd like to go. I have a cat, and her name is Texas. I didn't name her that though. You are so humble. Humble about what? What do you mean? Nice to meet you too, Sammy. Sweet, yeah. Digital art? I do like digital art. I mean, I like all kinds of art, but it's like really cool. Oh, what the fuck is that? Yeah. hell?
Indolence breeds madness.
How do I get rid of this fucking disease? I don't have. Yeah, Robot Wesley is my Discord name. Finally. How do I get rid of the disease? Yeah. Send me a request or whatever, however it works. Oops. What I want to do. Did you add me? I thought it was going to send me a thing. I didn't see a thing from you. Like a request or something. Huh. I'm not finding it, but we can figure it out
What
later.
do we have here? It stings.
What do we have here? Okay.
Still stings.
Couldn't touch it.
Don't know what else I expected.
I guess.
No time for Danny.
Give me your username so add me on. It didn't say you added me. It's Bush match, yeah. Good. So I gave you my username. You can add me. Yeah, I'll add you, but I'm in the middle of playing this game. But I've got your username for sure. You've got mine too, yeah? It's the same as my Discord username. You can send me a message on Discord with that. I believe. Robot West. Hit the tree fall.
I've got a long road ahead.
The fetid smell assaults your nostrils. Dead flesh lies below. A great deal of it.
Drink from the well. Okay. This leaves out
The warm rush of power flows through you. You feel stronger, faster, better.
Can't slow down.
I probably shouldn't drink that again. I've heard about this. Gotta get some kind of... Oops. That's the short rest button. Okay. My Discord username is the same as my Twitch username, which is Robot Wesley. It's written in the upper right hand corner of the stream here. ROBOTWESLEY.
The frog's entire body shakes. It ribbits erratically as if in pain. It shies away, croaking a warning, eyes wide in terror.
Hey, I got your friend request. Accept. Hey, now we're friends. I didn't realize this frog was gonna be so aggressive. Reflective mucus.
Can't give up.
I think this frog fight's gonna be the last one. The one that doesn't end. Let's find another spell slot. I did add you back. I accepted your friend request. Did you not see me? Gotta use this step. It's a little long rest. Okay. No, this frog. What's any goals on Twitch? Like goals that I have on Twitch? No goals really. Like I said before, I'm really
Swift and lethal.
I'm really streaming because it makes me feel like playing this video game is like a more wholesome form of entertainment for myself. So I mean, obviously, I'd be happy for it to get, you know, I'll get a lot of attention, but it's more of just like a ritual thing. Oh, good. You say that a lot. Oh, good. I like that. Oh, good. Dude, if you don't mind, can I tell you? Yeah, you can tell me. Tell me whatever you like. I don't want my chat alert on off. There it is. Why haven't you maintained your channel? I mean, why haven't you used professional artwork? Oh, I don't know. I just started. But like I said, it's not really my main interest right now. That's all. Yeah. I like improve one little thing maybe every other time I play. Good.
These boots have seen everything.
show me some ideas for maintaining my channel. Yeah, that could be interesting. You know, like I said, it's not really my priority.
Ah, a fellow wanderer. Forgive the aroma.
You catch a waft of something foul, metallic, and sickly sweet.
Powdered iron vine.
Yes, I mean,
Most
you wanna
monsters
send me
will think
something or
twice before making a
Send me
meal
whatever
of
you
me.
want.
An old hunter's trick. If you can't mask your scent, spoil it. Today, the same as you, a humble supplicant, come to bargain with the lady of this house. That is why you came to her lair, I take it, to bargain. A more innocent name than some I could call her, but it is her kind of hidden among us since the first darkness. And then know how to ask, and they'll share that knowledge. If you're fool enough to pay their price. Whatever's easiest to lose, but the thing I hunt has gone to ground. If she can tell me how to draw him out, I'll pay whatever she asks.
Interesting assortment.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Oh, cool. You sent me a bunch of stuff on Discord. Thank you, man. I will check that out in a sec. I'll check it out after I finish playing. And I'll let you know what I think. I really appreciate it. I shouldn't be selling all this stuff to this guy. I can get better prices at the other place.
Let's go.
Blacket's will be done. Proceeding.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Ooh, I'm dead.
Just what I need.
What was that? Yeah, dude. I will definitely let you know.
Oh. My, you startled me. It's miles away. Just pondering what I lost. Mystra commands all magic. Salvation. And yet even now, more than magic is... It's like music. Is it the same for you? Perhaps we can share the experience by reaching into the weave together. Then follow my lead. Now you.
You feel something strange, like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran Mistraril Kantrak Eo.
As in robot, Wesley. Amiya. That's an interesting name. I like it. Where is it from?
Suddenly, the scent of rose water and a sense of well-being. A sliver of weave that tastes sweet on the tongue.
Texas, indeed.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can.
My name is Wesley. W-E-S-L-E-Y. you.
You see, or is it sense, the presence of a woman. The woman who hovered over Gale's palm. There's something like the anticipation of a kiss, then the pleasure of being cloaked in peace. You are safe. You are nestled in the cup of Mystra's hand.
You did it! You're channeling the weave. How does it feel? Oh, I know.
The weave connects you. The moment feels intimate. The weave evaporates, and as it does so, you realize the night feels...
Oh. There it goes. Now, good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment.
Don't waste a step.
Yes, I have a cat. My cat is... Maybe you didn't hear me before. My cat is named Texas, after the state you're from. I didn't name for that. Her previous owners did. I, honored the name. I will show her on stream at some other point. She's sleeping peacefully right now. But you can see her in my VODs. Oh, that's a cute name for a cat, Shelly. Yeah, that's funny. She's a funny cat, so.
Hey, soldier.
What's hiding here?
The people who chose the cat name were her previous owners, people who had her since she was a kitten, till when I got her when she was like 8 or 9, and they were friends of my friend, friends of mine now. They named her. They're not from Texas, nor do they live there. Funny enough, they're from California, like me, but they thought it was a good name. For a cat, I guess. Huh. So two people can fly, two people can eat. Oh no, I don't mind at all. Absolutely thrilled that someone is here, watching and talking about whatever. That's great. Just happy to be here. But I appreciate your concern. Okay, so how are we gonna get over there? Yeah, let's do 5.
What am I to do?
Holy shit. No. Fuck. What did I last say? That's not at all what I wanted to do. Alright, it's actually bedtime for me. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Good to meet your family. You were here before, but normally I just stream and play, because nobody's here, I just play Terrence McKenna audio recording, so I'm going to turn the game off and turn that on for a few minutes, and I'm going to be logging off. So, have a good night.
Is sentimentality. Well, tastelessness is in there too. Sentimentality is a virulent form of tastelessness. And sentimentality is very hard to root out. You may think you're a hard cookie, but I'll bet there are areas of sentimental delusion so broad and deep in every one of us. And some people carry that to the grave. They're the lucky ones. The rest of us have divorces, bankruptcies, muggings, and what have you, and slowly our sentimentality is pounded out of us. And, it's a good thing to lose sentimentality because it's a false aesthetic, and I think we recognize it. It's also a very easily manipulated, it is truly a false aesthetic in the hands of modern media because it is a great ploy for buying. If you can induce sentimentality in people, they will buy the object of that induction. Well, your word idealism is good here because it brings me to something I always eventually get to, which is in line with this thought: culture is not your friend. Ideology is not your friend. And ideology, some people think what we're trying to do here is sort out good ideologies from bad. Should I be a Marxist? Should I be a deconstructionist? And the answer is no, none of the above. All ideologies are viral infections of some sort, mimetic infections that erode your functionability and your comfort with yourself. Ideologies set up polarities that are based on discontent. And ideologies are always based on false premises. Whatever, name an ideology and I'll tell you the false premises that it's based on. So part of this process of cultural maturity that I've been talking about is to get beyond ideology without embracing cynicism. It's not a fuck you thing. It's a deeply saddening awareness that we are not yet angel enough, that we should take ourselves that seriously. Yeah. Yes, I would say sentimentality is the feeling of attachment we have to our ideology. So, for instance, someone says, well, Marxism, maybe we didn't have the right answer, but we certainly had a sense of a mission and a wonderful, we knew who we were, and that's crazy talk. If it was wrong, it was wrong. It's like old Nazis sitting around saying, the great old days, what was so great about the old days? You want community? Join a bowling league, for crying out loud. Yeah. No, that's a lesser evil. That's nostalgia. Another impulse for marketing frenzy. Yeah. But romanticism, I think, is a legitimate impulse and well situated in historical context and so forth and so on. Sentimentality can break out anywhere, anytime, and is, can find anything for its object. Sentimentality is a lazy form of thinking, I think. People don't want to think the hard thoughts, and yet I find the hard thoughts very paradoxically liberating. For instance, here is a hard thought. I don't want anybody to burst into tears on me, so gird your loins. But, I've spent a lifetime taking drugs, knocking around the world, having affairs, being married, being unmarried, this, that, and the other. If somebody asked me, so what do you know? What have you learned? I would have to say what I've learned is that nothing lasts. There's a hard thought. Is that a cause for joy or despair? Well, if you're thinking about everything you loved and how it's going to turn into mush as you're shoveled into the grave, it's a hard thought. But on the other hand, if you think of all the jerks who've oppressed you, it's a great consolation to know that they too will go down into that good night. Nothing lasts. If that is not a cause for joy or despair, it's a cause for expanding one's feeling in the moment. If nothing lasts, then there's a conclusion, not a feeling, to be drawn from that observation. The conclusion to be drawn from it is then the felt presence of the immediate moment must be what life is for. And somebody who could take that perception and use it that way could immediately transcend all kinds of neurotic behavior, longings, regrets, doubts, fears. No, he's just saying, no, the felt presence of immediate experience. Yeah, sentimentalism. Yeah. Well, first of all, let me comment on the Buddhist thing. I'm not that friendly to that formulation because it still is postponing gratification. It's saying death is the bouquet of life. You should live toward death. I would say the bouquet of life is this moment. But to the more important point of longevity, I certainly am not interested in living forever, whatever that might mean, because I suspect if you live forever, you miss the point. In other words, I think you miss the bouquet. On the other hand, I don't see anything wrong with, well, no, that's too much to say. The only problem I have with living past whatever 10 is you do get into political issues of are people buying time at the expense of somebody else. One of the weirdest things about this culture is we've invented a sin for which there is no name. It's so beyond most people's ability to conceive. And this sin that we've invented is we steal the future from our children. We do it with